Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Ever wonder why some people naturally earn respect while others struggle? I used to think respect came from achievements, but I realized it's often lost through small, overlooked habits. Things like interrupting, seeking constant validation, or complaining seem harmless, but they quietly push people away. Drawing on Stoic philosophy, I've learned that real respect comes from living with integrity and self-awareness. The Stoics believed in habits that align with a life of dignity and genuine connection. If you've noticed people distancing themselves or respect slipping, it may be time to reflect on these small habits and replace them with actions that truly build trust and respect. 1. Neglecting to express appreciation. I never thought failing to say thank you could be so damaging. I used to think people understood how much I appreciated them without needing constant reminders. My friends and family, I assumed, would always just know that I valued their support and sacrifices. But I was wrong. A few years back, a close friend pulled me aside and said, "You know, sometimes it feels like you take me for granted." That hit me hard. I realized I'd grown so used to people being there for me that I'd stopped actively showing my gratitude. Little things like a quick thank you or a thoughtful note had slipped out of my routine. This lack of appreciation had created a rift I wasn't even aware of. Stoicism teaches us to be grateful, yet I'd neglected such a simple but powerful practice. Since then, I've tried to make a conscious effort to express my gratitude. Now I make sure to call my parents after they help with something, thank my colleagues when they go the extra mile, and let my friends know how much their presence means to me. The response has been incredible. People appreciate the small acknowledgements. I've noticed that expressing gratitude openly not only strengthens my connections, but also reminds me how fortunate I am to have these people in my life. It's amazing how something as simple as a thank you can bridge gaps and deepen bonds. 2. Gossiping. Gossiping was a habit I didn't even realize I had. In college, my friends and I would get together and dissect every little detail of our classmates' lives. At first, it seemed harmless, like a fun way to bond over shared secrets. But I quickly learned just how damaging gossip can be. One incident stands out. I shared something personal about a friend who wasn't in our circle, thinking it would be an interesting story. Unfortunately, that story made its way back to her. The disappointment in her eyes was something I'll never forget. She didn't get angry or make a scene. She simply withdrew from me. That's when it hit me. I'd violated her trust in a really careless way. Stoic philosophy emphasizes focusing on our own character and steering clear of judging others. Gossiping pulls us away from that principle and poisons the trust people have in us. Since that experience, I've tried to avoid gossip altogether. When I'm tempted, I remember how it felt to lose a friend over thoughtless words. Instead, I focus on building people up or staying silent if I have nothing positive to say. Gossip may seem harmless, but it erodes relationships and diminishes respect over time. I'm still not perfect, but I'm far more mindful now, and it's made my connections feel deeper and more authentic. 3. Refusing to take responsibility. Taking responsibility was something I struggled with for years. I used to think that admitting mistakes showed weakness, so I'd often find ways to dodge blame or make excuses. This habit really affected my work life. My boss once pointed out that while my work was good, I had a tendency to deflect accountability whenever things went wrong. This wasn't easy to hear, but it made me realize that my actions were costing me respect. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what's within our control, including our responses to mistakes. I began to see that taking responsibility doesn't make you weak. It shows integrity. It took some time, but I started owning up to my errors, no matter how uncomfortable it felt. Now, if I mess up, I make it a point to acknowledge it and think about how I can improve. Not only has this earned me more respect, but I also feel a deeper sense of self-respect. People value honesty and accountability, and embracing those qualities has actually strengthened my relationships. Taking responsibility is empowering. It gives me control over my growth and my reputation. 4. Being unreliable. Being unreliable was a label I had to face, and it wasn't easy. In my early 20s, I had a terrible habit of making plans and then cancelling at the last minute. I'd tell people I'd be somewhere, only to change my mind when something more interesting came up. I didn't see the harm at first. Life's busy, right? But one night, I missed my best friend's birthday party because I'd decided to catch up on work instead. She had put so much effort into planning the event, and my last-minute cancellation really hurt her. I could tell from the look on her face when I finally saw her again. That was a wake-up call. I realized that being unreliable doesn't just inconvenience people, it shows them you don't respect their time. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to be someone others can count on. When I say I'll be somewhere, I show up. If I commit to something, I follow through. My relationships have improved because people know I take their time seriously. Stoicism teaches that our word should be something others can trust. By practicing reliability, I'm not just honoring others, I'm strengthening my own character. 5. Seeking constant validation. For a long time, I craved validation. Every achievement, big or small, had to be acknowledged by others for it to feel real to me. I'd find myself constantly checking for likes on social media, asking people if they thought I was doing well, and fishing for compliments. It became exhausting, not only for me, but also for those around me. One day, a friend told me, "You don't need our approval, you're doing great." It was a kind reminder, but it made me realize how dependent I'd become on others' opinions. Stoicism teaches us to build self-worth from within, not from the approval of others. Seeking constant validation only weakens our sense of self. Since then, I've tried to focus on internal validation. Instead of needing others to recognize my achievements, I ask myself if I feel proud of what I've done. It's a slow process, but I've noticed a difference in my confidence. I'm learning to trust my own judgment, and I've found that people respect me more when I'm not constantly looking to them for approval. Now, I strive to live in alignment with my values, regardless of what others think. 6. Interrupting others. I used to think that jumping into conversation showed enthusiasm. I'd often interrupt people mid-sentence, eager to share my thoughts or add my perspective. But I realized how disrespectful it was when a coworker pulled me aside after a meeting and said, "It feels like you're not really listening to us." That hit hard. I thought I was being engaged, but I was actually cutting people off and making them feel unheard. Stoicism emphasizes patience and respect in interactions. I began practicing active listening. giving people the space to finish their thoughts before responding. It was challenging at first because I had to resist the urge to jump in, but over time, I've seen how much more people appreciate conversations when they feel fully heard. Listening actively not only deepens my connections, but also helps me learn more from others. Now, I remind myself that conversations are about understanding, not just speaking. By focusing on truly listening, I show respect and build stronger, more meaningful connections. 7. Reacting defensively to feedback. I used to get defensive every time someone offered me constructive criticism. I'd see feedback as an attack on my abilities, and I'd often respond with excuses or counter-arguments. But this habit made people hesitate, to be honest, with me. I realized how much this was holding me back when a mentor told me, "You have potential, but you're stopping yourself from growing." That was tough to hear, but it was also a turning point. Stoicism teaches us to accept feedback as a tool for growth rather than as a threat. I began practicing humility when receiving feedback. Instead of immediately reacting, I'd pause, take a breath, and genuinely listen. I learned to ask questions to understand how I could improve. This shift in mindset has been liberating. Now, I'm more open to feedback, and I find that people respect my willingness to learn. Embracing feedback has allowed me to grow in ways I hadn't imagined, and it's helped me build stronger relationships. Respect isn't about grand gestures. It's built through the small, everyday actions we choose. By letting go of habits that erode trust, we make room for deeper connections and a stronger sense of self-respect. The Stoics remind us that living with integrity isn't just about how others see us. It's about the peace we feel within ourselves. If this video helped you see areas for growth or inspired you to make positive changes, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Join us on this journey of self-improvement and wisdom, and let's keep building a life full of respect, resilience, and meaningful relationships. Thank you for watching, and stay strong, stay stoic.
Act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 1. Imagine waking up each day with an unshakable sense of calm, no matter what life throws your way. Picture navigating through traffic jams, missed deadlines, and unexpected setbacks with the same serenity as a monk in meditation. This isn't a distant fantasy, but a tangible reality you can achieve by embracing the power of Stoic philosophy. Within each of us lies a hidden strength, an inner fortress of peace that remains untouchable by external events. Yet, too often, we unknowingly turn minor inconveniences into overwhelming dramas, magnifying our suffering through our own perceptions. We have the power to transform our reactions, to choose the path of the sage who remains undisturbed in the face of adversity. This mindset of non-disturbance, meeting each moment with calm acceptance rather than emotional upheaval, unlocks profound reserves of peace and wisdom. Through dedicated practice, we can cultivate this skill, allowing our former habit of making mountains out of molehills to fade away. We can rediscover the simple grace of navigating life's ups and downs with centered poise. Embracing this powerful Stoic approach enables us to transform disturbances into opportunities for growth, ensuring our tranquility remains unshaken amidst the chaos of everyday life. Prepare to delve into the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and discover how to act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 2, avoiding imaginary pains. Seneca reminds us that we often suffer more in imagination than in reality. Our minds are skilled at conjuring up worst-case scenarios that never come to pass. Yet these imagined fears can cause us real distress. By recognizing this tendency, we can intercept catastrophic thinking before it spirals out of control. When faced with a challenging situation, pause and separate the actual facts from the fears your mind has created. Most of the time, the reality is far less frightening than the scenarios we imagine. This awareness allows us to save our mental and emotional energy for genuinely significant issues. Instead of letting hypothetical fears control us, we can focus on what is happening in the present moment and address it calmly and rationally. Embracing this Stoic principle helps us maintain inner peace and reduces unnecessary suffering. The next time your mind starts to create a disaster out of a minor event, remember that these fears are just figments of your imagination. Consciously choose to stay grounded in reality, and you will find that many of the monsters that haunt you are not as real as they seem. Number 3, building emotional immunity. Developing emotional resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic practice. By regularly engaging in Stoic exercises, we strengthen our ability to remain calm and composed under pressure. Recognizing that emotions are transient allows us to navigate through life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed. Emotional immunity is built through consistent practice and mindfulness. When we face stress or adversity, our habitual response should be one of measured calm rather than panic or despair. This doesn't mean suppressing our feelings, but rather acknowledging them and choosing not to be controlled by them. With time, our emotional responses become more tempered and our capacity for endurance grows. Just as our physical bodies become stronger with regular exercise, our emotional resilience is fortified through daily Stoic practice. This resilience enables us to meet life's challenges with grace and wisdom, maintaining our inner peace amidst external turmoil. By cultivating this strength, we ensure that we are not easily disturbed by life's inevitable difficulties, allowing us to live more serenely and purposefully. Number 4, daily practice of Stoic exercises. Incorporating Stoic exercises into our daily routine is essential for cultivating resilience and inner peace. Reflecting on Stoic principles each day helps us internalize their wisdom. Practicing negative visualization, where we imagine potential challenges and losses, prepares us to face them with equanimity when they occur. This exercise strengthens our mental fortitude and reduces the shock of unexpected events. Journaling about our daily experiences and responses helps us identify patterns in our thinking and behavior, allowing us to make conscious adjustments. These practices ground us in the present moment and help us respond to life's challenges with clarity and calm. By dedicating time each day to these exercises, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through both minor inconveniences and significant hardships. The regular practice of Stoic exercises ensures that our minds are disciplined, our emotions are balanced, and our responses to life's events are guided by reason rather than reactivity. This daily commitment to Stoic principles fosters a deep-seated resilience that enhances our overall well-being. Number 5, examples of perspective shifts. Adopting a Stoic perspective can dramatically alter how we experience life's challenges. For instance, physical pain and ailments, while uncomfortable, are often labeled as unbearable due to our perception. By relabeling them as discomforts rather than crises, we can endure them more easily. Similarly, stressful situations like public speaking or difficult conversations are opportunities to tap into our inner coping skills. Countless people face these challenges daily and emerge unscathed, proving that they are not insurmountable. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one or the end of a significant relationship, are among life's most profound challenges. Yet, as millions have experienced, this pain is bearable with time and the proper perspective. By viewing these hardships through a Stoic lens, we understand that most of our suffering is self-created. We magnify our troubles, by resisting reality instead of accepting it with calmness. Shifting our perspective to see challenges as manageable rather than overwhelming allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and resilience. Number 6, questioning endurance. Marcus Aurelius challenges us to question our inability to endure hardships. When we declare something unbearable, we should ask ourselves why. Often, we find that our reasons lack substance. Most of what we face is endurable when viewed objectively. Our minds have a tendency to magnify challenges, making them seem more significant than they are. By examining these perceptions, we often find that the difficulties we face are within our capacity to handle. For example, physical pain, such as a headache or backache, while unpleasant, is not genuinely unbearable. We have endured similar discomforts many times before. Stressful situations like public speaking or challenging conversations cause anxiety beforehand, yet people face these scenarios daily without falling apart. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one, are undeniably painful, but millions have borne this pain and emerged resilient. By rigorously questioning why we deem something unbearable, we often find that it is our perception, not the reality, that makes it so. This insight allows us to endure with greater strength and composure, understanding that we possess more grit than we realize. Number 7, choosing how to view situations. One of the most powerful teachings of Stoicism is the idea that our suffering often arises from our interpretation of events rather than the events themselves. Epictetus famously said, "People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them." This principle reminds us that we have control over how we view any situation. A traffic jam can be a source of immense frustration for one person, while another may see it as an opportunity to enjoy an audiobook. The facts remain the same. It is our perspective that creates our experience. By choosing to adopt a rational and objective viewpoint, we can mitigate much of the unnecessary suffering that comes from catastrophizing and negative thinking. When faced with setbacks, disappointments, or daily irritations, we have the power to decide how much they will affect us. By training ourselves to view situations through a Stoic lens, we cultivate a mindset that seeks solutions and remains calm, regardless of external circumstances. This shift in perspective can transform our lives, allowing us to maintain inner peace and resilience. Number 8, the role of acceptance in Stoicism. Acceptance is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. It involves embracing reality as it is, without resistance or denial. This does not mean passive resignation, but an active choice to acknowledge and work with the circumstances we face. By accepting what cannot be changed, we conserve our energy for what we can influence. This mindset helps us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and reduces unnecessary suffering. Developing a habit of acceptance allows us to respond to difficulties with calmness and clarity. When we stop fighting against reality, we find that many of our struggles diminish. Acceptance enables us to see situations objectively and to make rational decisions based on the facts rather than our emotional reactions. This principle is particularly powerful in dealing with setbacks and obstacles, which are inevitable in life. By accepting them as part of our journey, we can adapt and move forward with grace. Embracing acceptance helps us maintain our inner peace and resilience, no matter what life throws our way. Number 9, philosophical insights. Epictetus teaches that it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. This insight is crucial for maintaining inner peace. By differentiating between the objective facts of a situation and our emotional reactions, we can prevent unnecessary suffering. For instance, a traffic jam is just a collection of cars moving slowly. It is our impatience and frustration that cause distress. Similarly, losing a job is a challenging experience, but it is our fear of the future and feelings of inadequacy that magnify the pain. By focusing on the facts and viewing situations objectively, we can maintain a sense of calm and control. This approach allows us to respond to life's challenges with wisdom and composure. When we strip away our emotional narratives and focus on the reality of a situation, we often find that it is more manageable than we initially thought. This Stoic practice of maintaining objectivity helps us navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and serenity. Number 10. Adopting a resilient posture. Embracing difficulties with a posture of strength and calm is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. When we encounter challenges, it is crucial to maintain perspective and engage in problem solving rather than succumbing to panic or despair. By viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we transform adversity into a catalyst for personal development. This resilient posture involves staying grounded and composed, even in the face of significant setbacks. It requires a conscious effort to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This mindset helps us navigate through life's inevitable challenges with grace and wisdom. Adopting a resilient posture means approaching each difficulty with a calm, measured response and seeking solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. By cultivating this resilience, we build an inner strength that enables us to face life's trials with confidence and poise. This Stoic approach ensures that we remain undisturbed by external events and maintain our inner peace regardless of the circumstances. Number 11. Practical application. Stoic philosophy is not merely theoretical, but highly practical, offering concrete strategies for dealing with life's challenges. When faced with setbacks such as losing a job or encountering obstacles in personal projects, it is essential to redirect our efforts constructively. For example, an entrepreneur whose venture fails can use the experience to reassess and develop new ideas. Similarly, a person facing relationship changes can approach the situation with maturity, focusing on growth and understanding rather than resentment. By viewing setbacks as opportunities for redirection, we can maintain our momentum and continue moving forward. This practical application of Stoicism involves consistently seeking ways to adapt and thrive despite obstacles. It encourages us to remain flexible and open-minded, using each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater resilience and wisdom. By embracing this approach, we transform potential failures into valuable lessons and maintain our progress on the path to personal growth. This practical wisdom helps us navigate life's uncertainties with a steady, composed mindset. Number 12. Mindset and adaptability. A Stoic mindset views obstacles not as insurmountable barriers but as integral parts of the journey. This perspective allows for continual realignment with our core virtues and wisdom. By anticipating challenges and adapting our plans accordingly, we remain flexible and resilient. This adaptability is crucial for maintaining progress and achieving our goals, even when the path is not straightforward. Viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than setbacks fosters a proactive approach to problem solving. This mindset ensures that we do not become disheartened by temporary detours, but use them to refine our strategies and reinforce our commitment to our values. By maintaining this flexible approach, we can navigate life's twists and turns with greater ease and confidence. Adapting to changing circumstances while staying true to our principles is the essence of Stoic resilience. This mindset empowers us to transform obstacles into opportunities, ensuring that we remain steadfast on our path to personal growth and fulfillment. Number 13, living by virtue. St. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living by virtue regardless of external circumstances. He teaches that no obstacle can prevent us from acting with justice, self-control, and wisdom. By embracing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we align our actions with our highest values. This approach transforms challenges into catalysts for personal development. Living by virtue means consistently choosing to act ethically, even when faced with difficulties. It involves maintaining our integrity and commitment to our principles, no matter what external forces we encounter. This steadfastness ensures that we remain grounded and resilient, capable of navigating life's challenges with grace. By focusing on our inner virtues, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through all of life's trials. This Stoic commitment to virtuous living empowers us to face obstacles with courage and equanimity, knowing that our true strength lies in our character and ethical choices. Number 14, compassion for genuine hardship. Stoicism acknowledges the reality of severe hardships such as illness, abuse, and war. While these situations represent profound suffering, many have summoned heroic resilience in the face of such adversity. It is essential to retain compassion for those enduring unimaginable trauma and pain. At the same time, Stoicism teaches that ordinary struggles are often more manageable than we perceive. By maintaining a perspective of resilience and strength, we can face our challenges with greater courage and determination. Compassion for genuine hardship involves recognizing the suffering of others, while also understanding our capacity to endure and overcome. This dual perspective fosters empathy and solidarity, helping us support others while maintaining our own resilience. By acknowledging the severity of true hardships, we can better appreciate the manageable nature of our daily struggles. This compassionate approach helps us navigate life's challenges with a balanced, empathetic perspective, enhancing our inner strength and wisdom. Number 15, not creating upsets. Marcus Aurelius advises us not to turn situations into crises unnecessarily. Often, we blow minor inconveniences out of proportion, creating unnecessary distress. By choosing calm acceptance over emotional reactions, we can navigate daily annoyances with ease. A missed train, a rude comment, or a delayed flight need not be a source of significant upset. When we resist the urge to dramatize minor events, we maintain our inner peace. This principle applies to both minor daily irritations and larger life challenges. By practicing mindful detachment, we can prevent ourselves from being unduly disturbed by life's inevitable inconveniences. This approach helps us conserve our energy and focus on what truly matters, ensuring that we do not waste our mental and emotional resources on trivial matters. By choosing not to turn minor issues into major crises, we cultivate a sense of calm and resilience, allowing us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and serenity. Number 16, Stoicism in modern life. Applying Stoic principles to contemporary challenges can help us navigate the fast-paced modern world with greater ease and wisdom. The core teachings of Stoicism remain relevant today, offering practical strategies for maintaining inner peace amidst external chaos. By balancing Stoic detachment with modern responsibilities and relationships, we can live a more harmonious and fulfilling life. This involves integrating Stoic practices into our daily routines, such as reflecting on our actions, practicing mindfulness, and maintaining a perspective of calm acceptance. By doing so, we cultivate resilience and adaptability, enabling us to handle the stresses of modern life with grace. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot, providing a framework for navigating the complexities of contemporary existence. By embracing these timeless principles, we can achieve a balanced, centered approach to life, ensuring that we remain undisturbed by the ever-changing circumstances around us. Number 17, mindful detachment. Refraining from self-created suffering is a crucial Stoic practice. By maintaining energy and clarity for true priorities, we can avoid the unnecessary turmoil that comes from overreacting to minor events. Mindful detachment involves observing situations without becoming emotionally entangled in them. This approach helps us stay grounded and focused on what truly matters. By practicing mindful detachment, we can navigate life's challenges with a sense of calm and resilience, ensuring that we are not easily disturbed by external events. This practice allows us to conserve our mental and emotional resources for addressing significant issues rather than wasting them on trivial matters. By cultivating this habit, we can maintain a sense of inner peace and clarity, even in the face of adversity. This Stoic principle empowers us to remain composed and focused, ensuring that we are not swayed by the inevitable ups and downs of life. Number 18, final thoughts. Imagine a life where the storms of daily existence don't rattle you, where each challenge is met with unwavering calm and composed strength. This is the gift of Stoic philosophy, a path to enduring peace and resilience. Remember, it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. By practicing Stoicism, we reclaim our power over our reactions, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. As you journey forward, embrace the Stoic mindset. Focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and meet each moment with calm acceptance. By doing so, you can navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and wisdom, ensuring your inner peace remains steadfast amidst external chaos. Now I invite you to reflect on your experiences. Have you faced challenges that tested your resilience? How did you respond? And how might a Stoic approach have made a difference? Share your thoughts and stories in the comments below. Your insights could be the spark that inspires others on their path to tranquility. Let's create a community of shared wisdom and support, helping each other to act like nothing disturbs us anymore.
Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful, so by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money. But after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now, I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth, it was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me. 13. Money is a tool, not the goal. For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time, I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth-building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time, I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time, I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time, I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule. But over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 94.2. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't, they're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words. It's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle. It was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control. doing my best work with integrity. I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice. It was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Offenentes överträffen. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turn to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed. Not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
Imagine living in a world where truth is a rare commodity, a landscape dominated by elaborate fabrications and deceit. You never know when the next lie will surface, leaving you constantly on edge, questioning every word and action. This is the world created by a pathological liar, an individual whose web of deceit permeates every aspect of their existence. They don't just lie occasionally. Their falsehoods are a constant, insidious presence. Unlike the occasional fib most people might tell, pathological liars thrive on manipulation, weaving intricate stories that distort reality. They present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but beneath the facade lies a sinister intent. The deception is so convincing that it becomes difficult to discern what is real. The constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, creating a climate of confusion and mistrust.
As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the bedrocks of a virtuous life. Pathological liars erode these foundations, making it essential to recognize and address their behavior. Their deceitful actions demand vigilance and discernment to protect yourself and maintain your peace of mind. It's crucial to understand how to navigate interactions with such individuals. Here are 10 powerful ways to deal with pathological lying, grounded in wisdom and the principles of Stoic philosophy. Number 1, recognize the signs.
Recognizing the signs of pathological lying is the first step in protecting yourself from the corrosive effects of deceit. Unlike occasional falsehoods, pathological lies are pervasive and woven into the fabric of the liar's daily interactions. These lies are often elaborate, detailed, and constructed to create a convincing narrative. The pathological liar may present themselves as trustworthy and reliable, but inconsistencies will start to surface over time. Notice if their stories often seem too good to be true, frequently contradict themselves, or lack verifiable details. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that we must be vigilant and discerning, grounding ourselves in reality to see through deception. By remaining observant and questioning the veracity of their claims, we begin to peel away the layers of falsehood and reveal the truth. This recognition is not about becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but about developing a keen sense of awareness. The path to wisdom and integrity starts with the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, and recognizing the signs of pathological lying is a crucial first step in that journey.
Number 2, set clear boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential when dealing with a pathological liar. Boundaries serve as a protective barrier, safeguarding your integrity and emotional well-being. Pathological liars often test limits, seeking to manipulate and control situations to their advantage. By defining what behavior is acceptable and what is not, you establish a firm line that cannot be crossed. This act of setting boundaries is a testament to your self-respect and commitment to truth. Epictetus emphasized the importance of self-control and maintaining one's principles. In dealing with deceit, it is imperative to be firm and consistent with your boundaries. Clearly communicate your expectations and the consequences of crossing those boundaries. This clarity not only protects you, but also signals to the liar that their behavior is unacceptable. It is a demonstration of your resolve to live by the values of honesty and integrity. Remember, boundaries are not about punishment. They are about self-preservation and maintaining a healthy environment where truth can thrive. Number 3, seek evidence. In the face of pathological lying, seeking evidence becomes a vital practice. Verifying claims and cross-checking information are tools of discernment that help you navigate the web of deceit. Pathological liars rely on the assumption that their stories will be accepted without question. By seeking evidence, you disrupt this assumption and bring truth to the forefront. Epictetus taught that we should seek clarity and truth in all things. This principle is especially relevant when dealing with deceit. Take the time to investigate and validate the information presented to you. Look for corroborating details and consult reliable sources. This process not only protects you from being misled, but also exposes the patterns of deceit. Over time, the liar's fabrications will unravel under the scrutiny of evidence. This practice of verification aligns with the Stoic commitment to wisdom and integrity, reinforcing your ability to stand firm in the face of falsehoods. Number 4, communicate directly. Addressing the issue of pathological lying directly is crucial. Confrontation, when done with calmness and clarity, can be a powerful tool in managing deceit. The pathological liar know that their behavior has been noticed and is unacceptable. Epictetus encouraged direct communication and the pursuit of truth. Even in challenging situations, approach the conversation with a composed and resolute demeanor. Express your observations and concerns without anger or accusation. The goal is to make the liar aware that their deceit is not going unnoticed and that it has consequences. This direct approach can sometimes prompt self-reflection and change in the liars. However, it's important to manage your expectations and understand that change may not occur immediately. By communicating directly, you assert your commitment to honesty and integrity, and you create an environment where deceit is less likely to thrive. This practice aligns with the Stoic views of courage and wisdom, empowering you to uphold the truth. Number 5, limit interaction. Limiting your interaction with a pathological liar is a protective measure that helps preserve your mental and emotional well-being. Continuous exposure to deceit can be draining and destabilizing. By reducing the amount of time you spend with the liar, you minimize their influence over you. Epictetus advised us to be mindful of our associations, recognizing that the company we keep can impact our virtue and tranquility. Distancing yourself from the pathological liar does not mean avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you interact. Choose your encounters carefully and maintain a certain level of detachment. This practice helps you stay grounded in your own values and reduces the chances of being caught up in their web of lies. Limiting interaction is a way to safeguard your peace of mind and maintain your commitment to truth and integrity. It is a demonstration of self-respect and wisdom, aligning with Stoic principles of self-preservation and discernment.
Number 6, maintain your integrity.
Maintaining your integrity is paramount when dealing with pathological liars. It is easy to be swayed or tempted to retaliate with deceit, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to rise above such inclinations. Epictetus emphasized the importance of living in accordance with our values, regardless of external circumstances. Your integrity is a reflection of your character and commitment to truth. In interactions with a pathological liar, remain steadfast in your honesty and principles. Do not stoop to their level or engage in similar behavior. By upholding your integrity, you set a powerful example and reinforce your own moral compass. This steadfastness not only protects you from the corrosive effects of deceit, but also fortifies your sense of self. Maintaining integrity requires courage and resilience, but it is the cornerstone of a virtuous life. It allows you to navigate interactions with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are true to yourself and your values. Number 7, educate yourselves. Educating yourself about pathological lying and its underlying causes can provide valuable insights and strategies for dealing with deceit. Understanding the psychological aspects of this behavior can help you navigate interactions with greater wisdom and empathy. Pathological lying is often rooted in deeper issues, such as personality disorders or past traumas. By learning more about these factors, you can approach the situation with a more informed perspective. Epictetus taught that knowledge and understanding are essential for living a virtuous life. Take the time to research and educate yourself about the nature of pathological lying. This knowledge will equip you with the tools to identify and respond to deceit more effectively. It also fosters a sense of compassion as you recognize that the liar's behavior may be driven by unresolved psychological issues. However, it is important to balance empathy with self-preservation, ensuring that you do not become enmeshed in their web of deceit. Education empowers you to act wisely and protect yourself, aligning with Stoic principles of wisdom and discernment. Number 8, encourage professional help. Encouraging the pathological liar to seek professional help is a compassionate and constructive approach. Pathological lying can be a symptom of deeper psychological issues that may require therapy or counseling. Suggesting professional help shows that you recognize the seriousness of their behavior and care about their well-being. Epictetus emphasized the importance of seeking improvement and growth, both for ourselves and others. Approach the conversation with empathy and understanding, expressing your concern for their mental health. Suggesting therapy or counseling can provide them with the support and tools needed to address their lying behavior. While you cannot force them to seek help, planting the seed of this idea can be a step toward positive change. Encouraging professional help demonstrates your commitment to their well-being and your own boundaries. It aligns with Stoic principles of compassion, wisdom, and the pursuit of improvement, fostering a healthier and more honest environment. Number 9, stay grounded in truth. Staying grounded in truth is essential when dealing with pathological liars. Their constant deceit can create a confusing and destabilizing environment. By reaffirming your commitment to truth, you protect yourself from being swayed by their lies. Epictetus taught that we must anchor ourselves in reality and truth, regardless of external influences. Regularly remind yourself of your values and principles and seek out reliable sources of information. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and integrity, as their support can help you stay grounded. Practice mindfulness and self-reflection to maintain clarity and discernment. Staying grounded in truth not only shields you from deceit, but also reinforces your own moral compass. It empowers you to navigate interactions with confidence and integrity, knowing that you are anchored in reality. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of wisdom, self-control, and the pursuit of virtue, fostering a life grounded in truth and honesty. Number 10, seek support. Seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals is crucial when dealing with a pathological liar. The constant deceit and manipulation can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Having a support system provides you with perspective, advice, and emotional backing. Epictetus emphasized the importance of community and seeking counsel from wise individuals. Share your experiences and concerns with those you trust, and listen to their insights. They can offer valuable advice on how to navigate the situation and maintain your well-being. Professional support, such as therapy or counseling, can also provide tools and strategies for dealing with deceit. Seeking support is not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of wisdom and self-care. It ensures that you do not face the challenges of dealing with a pathological liar alone. This practice aligns with Stoic principles of resilience, wisdom, and the value of community, helping you maintain your integrity and emotional health. Navigating the treacherous waters of pathological lying requires wisdom, resilience, and unwavering commitment to truth. By recognizing the signs, setting firm boundaries, seeking evidence, and maintaining your integrity, you arm yourself against the corrosive effects of deceit. Encourage professional help and lean on your support network to reinforce your resolve. Remember, staying grounded in truth and practicing discernment are your greatest defenses. As Epictetus taught, our virtue is tested not by the circumstances we face, but by how we respond to them. Embrace these principles to protect your peace and uphold the values of honesty and integrity. Your journey through the landscape of deceit can become a testament to the strength of your character.
We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Have you ever dealt with a pathological liar? How did you handle it? Share your stories and insights in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation together. Your wisdom could be the guiding light for someone else navigating the same challenges.
Have you ever considered the immense power that lies within the simple act of staying silent. In a world filled with constant noise and chatter, the idea of embracing silence might seem both daunting and intriguing. Yet, it is often in these quiet moments that we discover profound truths about ourselves and the world around us. Words have immense power. They shape our reality, influence our emotions, and impact those around us in profound ways. As the ancient teachings suggest, our words can be likened to the sharpest knife in the world, capable of cutting deep into the hearts and minds of others. This dual-edged nature of speech means that while our words can be a source of great strength, they can also be a significant weakness if not used wisely. Imagine a situation where a person receives an encouraging word from a friend or mentor at a crucial moment. This simple, kind gesture can boost their confidence, inspire them to overcome challenges, and lead to their success. On the contrary, consider a scenario where someone is subjected to harsh criticism or negative remarks. These words can leave lasting scars, causing emotional pain and diminishing their self-worth. In daily life, we often encounter moments where the choice of words can make a difference. For instance, a teacher's encouraging feedback can motivate a student to excel, while a parent's gentle words can soothe a child's fears. However, when words are used carelessly or unkindly, they can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts, and strained relationships. The balance between speaking and silence is crucial. Knowing when to speak and when to hold back can be a powerful skill. Speaking kindly and wisely at the right moments can open doors to opportunities, build trust, and foster positive connections. Conversely, unkind or untimely words can create obstacles and lead to difficulties in our personal and professional lives. This delicate balance is at the heart of the story we're about to explore, a tale that underscores the transformative power of silence. Through the journey of a troubled king and a wise Buddhist monk, we will delve into the profound impact that silence and mindful speech can have on our lives. By understanding and embracing these principles, we can learn to harness the power of our words and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace and fulfillment. The King and the Buddhist Monk Story, Part 1. Our story begins in ancient India, in a serene forest far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. In this tranquil setting lived a renowned Buddhist monk, known throughout the land for his wisdom and meditative prowess. His peaceful demeanor and profound insights attracted many seekers of truth, including kings and commoners alike. One day, a king, despite his immense wealth, fame, and luxurious lifestyle, found himself in a state of deep restlessness and dissatisfaction. No matter how many treasures he accumulated or how much he indulged in the pleasures of his royal life, inner peace eluded him. Desperate to find a solution, the king decided to visit the famous monk, hoping to discover the secret to tranquility. Upon meeting the monk, the king poured out his troubles, confessing that he felt constantly tired, frustrated, and upset. "Respected monk," the king pleaded, "I have everything one could desire, yet there is no peace within me. My mind is perpetually restless. Please help me to rid myself of this turmoil." The monk, listening intently, responded with a gentle smile, "Your Majesty, the answer you seek is already within you, but you have not yet discovered it. I propose an experiment. If you are willing, I believe it will bring you the peace you desire." Intrigued but skeptical, the king agreed to follow the monk's guidance. The monk's plan was simple, yet challenging. For the next 15 days, the king would stay in the monastery, living as a common monk. During this period, he was to remain silent and speak as little as possible, focusing on solitude and self-reflection. The king, though anxious about the prospect of such a drastic change, consented to the monk's plan, hoping that this experiment would finally bring him the inner calm he desperately needed. Part 2. The King's Experience. On the first day of his stay at the monastery, the king found it incredibly difficult to adhere to the monk's instructions. His mind was more restless than ever, filled with an endless stream of questions and thoughts. Used to giving orders and engaging in constant conversation, he struggled with the enforced silence. Every passing hour seemed to amplify his unease, making the task of remaining quiet feel nearly impossible. Despite the overwhelming urge to speak and vent his frustrations, the king resisted. He stayed in his assigned quarters, sitting quietly and observing the simple life of the monks around him. As night fell, a surprising sense of calm began to wash over him. He couldn't understand why, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of happiness. The following days brought new challenges but also new insights. As the king continued his silent vigil, he began to notice the beauty in his surroundings that he had previously overlooked. He watched the delicate dance of flowers swaying in the breeze, the intricate patterns of birds in flight, and the serene flow of the nearby river. These simple observations brought a sense of connection and peace that he had never experienced in his opulent palace. By the 10th day, the king's inner restlessness had significantly diminished. He found himself spending more time in silent contemplation, appreciating the tranquility of nature and the simplicity of monastic life. On the 12th day, something remarkable happened. As he sat in meditation, his eyes closed on their own, and he slipped into a deep, serene state. For the first time, his mind was free from worry and distraction, immersed in profound inner peace. During the final days of his stay, the king's experience deepened further. He spent hours in meditation, feeling a sense of joy and fulfillment that he had never known. The transformation was so profound that by the 15th day, he approached the monk with newfound clarity and gratitude. Part 3, Revelation and Transformation. With a calm and reflective demeanor, the king expressed his gratitude to the monk. "Respected monk," he began, "I have discovered the root of my troubles. I realized that my constant talking and negative thinking were the sources of my restlessness and failures. This excessive chatter and criticism drained my energy and clouded my mind, making it difficult for me to focus and succeed." The monk listened attentively, nodding in understanding. The king continued, "During these 15 days of silence, I experienced a transformation. I found that by speaking less and observing more, I could connect with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. I learned that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a powerful tool for achieving it." The king's realization was profound. He understood that his previous behavior, talking excessively and often negatively, had not only affected his mental state, but also his relationships and effectiveness as a ruler. The silence had allowed him to introspect and understand the value of measured, mindful speech. He shared with the monk how, in his moments of quiet reflection, he had gained insights into his own behavior and its impact on others. "I saw how my words could hurt or heal, and how my silence could bring clarity and peace. These 15 days have taught me more than years of royal counsel." Part 4, Monk's Teachings. The monk then shared his wisdom, reinforcing the king's newfound understanding. "Your experience is a testament to the power of silence," he said. "Silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a state of inner calm and awareness. When we are silent, we can hear the whispers of our own soul and connect with the deeper truths within us." He explained that silence is the first step to self-discovery. By quieting the constant chatter of the mind, we create space for introspection and inner growth. The monk recounted a story of Gautama Buddha, who often remained silent to dive deep within himself, discovering profound insights and wisdom. "Silence allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment," the monk continued. It helps us become more patient and aware, leading to greater clarity and understanding. When we speak only when necessary, our words carry more weight and are more likely to be received with respect and consideration. The monk emphasized that excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. By embracing silence, we can reduce these negative interactions and foster a more harmonious environment. He encouraged the king to continue practicing silence and mindful speech, not just for personal peace, but also to set an example for his kingdom. The story's broader implications, the monk's teachings, extended beyond the king's personal transformation. He highlighted the broader implications of embracing silence in our daily lives. Imagine a world where people spoke less and listened more, he said. There would be fewer arguments, less restlessness, and more understanding. He pointed out that many of the world's problems stem from miscommunication and hasty words. By learning to be silent, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Silence can act as a buffer, giving us time to think before we speak and ensuring that our words are thoughtful and kind. The monk also discussed the role of meditation in fostering inner peace. Meditation is a practice of silence, he explained. It helps us connect with our inner selves and find calm amidst the chaos of daily life. By spending time in solitude and quiet reflection, we can cultivate a sense of tranquility that permeates all aspects of our lives. He encouraged the king and others to spend at least 20 minutes alone in solitude every day. This practice, he assured, would bring positive changes, helping individuals become more patient, aware, and connected with their inner selves. In conclusion, the story of the king and the monk underscores the transformative power of silence and mindful speech. Through his journey, the king discovered that true peace and happiness come from within, and that silence is a key to unlocking this inner tranquility. By speaking less and listening more, we can connect more deeply with ourselves and others, fostering a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The monk's teachings remind us that our words are powerful tools that can heal or harm. By embracing silence and practicing mindful speech, we can reduce conflicts, enhance our relationships, and achieve a deeper sense of inner peace. This story serves as a timeless reminder of the importance of finding balance between speech and silence in our lives, and the profound impact it can have on our overall well-being.
10 ways to overcome betrayal in your relationship. Betrayal. Few words cut as deeply. It feels like a dagger to the heart, shattering trust and leaving us questioning everything we thought we knew. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." While this wisdom may seem distant in the midst of pain, it reminds us of an empowering truth. Our healing begins with our response. What is betrayal in a relationship? It can take many forms: infidelity, dishonesty, emotional neglect, or even the breaking of promises. Betrayal shakes the very foundation of trust and security we build with another. And yet, within this chaos lies an opportunity for profound growth. The purpose of this video is not to minimize your pain, but to guide you through it with practical strategies rooted in wisdom and compassion. Whether you choose to repair your relationship or focus on self-healing, the steps ahead are about reclaiming your power and finding peace, no matter how difficult the path may seem. Remember, as Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Healing takes time, and your journey will be unique to you. The scars betrayal leaves may never fully disappear, but they can become the marks of resilience, strength, and wisdom. This video will share 10 actionable ways to overcome betrayal, strategies designed to help you process, rebuild, and move forward with grace and clarity. No matter how broken things feel now, there is a way through. Stay with me as we explore these timeless truths and practical steps. You are stronger than you think, and the journey to healing begins today. 1. Acknowledge your feelings. When betrayal strikes, the storm of emotions can feel overwhelming. Anger, sadness, confusion, even guilt. It's tempting to suppress these feelings, to put on a stoic mask and pretend everything is fine. But true stoicism teaches us not to deny our emotions, but to observe and understand them. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom begins with acknowledging the truth of how you feel. Allow yourself the space to grieve. Betrayal isn't just a wound to the relationship, it's a wound to your sense of self, your trust, and your expectations of the future. Write down your feelings, talk to a trusted friend, or simply sit with your emotions in quiet reflection. This isn't weakness, it's courage. Only by facing the storm can we begin to calm it. But there's a key distinction. While you must feel your emotions, you must not let them govern you. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Betrayal is an outside event. Your emotions are your mind's response. Acknowledge them, but don't let them consume you. Practical steps can help. Set aside a specific time each day to reflect, whether through journaling or meditation. This creates a container for your feelings, preventing them from spilling uncontrollably into every part of your life. Remind yourself that emotions, like waves, rise and fall. They do not last forever. By acknowledging your feelings, you honor your humanity and lay the groundwork for healing. It is a necessary step, a testament to your strength. Painful as it is, this process will bring clarity, and clarity is the foundation of wisdom. 2. Seek honest communication. In the aftermath of betrayal, silence often becomes a refuge, both for you and your partner. Yet silence can be a breeding ground for misunderstanding and resentment. Honest communication is painful, yes, but it's also essential. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening, truly listening, is where healing begins. Start by asking yourself what you need to understand. What questions are haunting you? What clarity do you seek? Then, create a space where both you and your partner can speak openly. Approach this conversation with courage and composure, not as a battlefield, but as a meeting of 2 flawed human beings seeking truth. However, honesty isn't just about speaking, it's also about hearing truths you may not want to face. Your partner's reasons for their betrayal may sting, but understanding their perspective, without justifying their actions, can offer insight. As Seneca wisely observed, the first step toward making the irrational rational is to understand it. Practical steps include choosing a neutral, calm moment for this discussion, ensuring there are no distractions, and setting ground rules for respectful communication. Use I statements to express how the betrayal has impacted you, such as, "I feel hurt because I trusted you with this part of me." Honest communication doesn't guarantee reconciliation, but it paves the way for clarity about your partner's intentions and your own feelings. Clarity, in turn, helps you decide whether to rebuild or release the relationship. Truth may hurt, but it is the foundation of wisdom and the first step toward peace. 3. Establish boundaries. Betrayal shakes the sense of safety in a relationship, leaving you vulnerable and exposed. To begin the process of healing, boundaries are essential. They are not walls to shut people out, but fences to protect your emotional well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Boundaries help reclaim that power. Start by identifying what you need to feel safe. Is it time apart? Is it transparency from your partner about their actions? Is it a pause on certain types of intimacy, while you process your emotions. Boundaries are deeply personal and may evolve as you heal. Their purpose is not to punish your partner, but to create a space where you can begin to trust yourself again. Communicate these boundaries clearly. For example, you might say, "I need you to share your whereabouts during this period because it helps rebuild trust," or "I need some time alone to process how I feel." Boundaries must be respected to be effective, so be firm but fair in enforcing them. Seneca said, "No man can have a peaceful life who thinks too much about lengthening it." Similarly, you cannot find peace if you are constantly focused on the actions of another. Boundaries shift that focus inward, giving you control over your emotional environment. Practical steps include writing down your boundaries and discussing them with your partner calmly. Recognize that boundaries are about self-respect and self-care, not control. By setting and honoring these limits, you create a framework where healing, if possible, can begin to take root. 4. Seek professional help. Betrayal is a heavy burden, and sometimes the wisest action is to seek guidance. Therapy or counseling provides a structured space where emotions can be explored and processed. As Epictetus advised, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Asking for help is not weakness. It is a brave step toward improvement. Professional help offers a neutral perspective, free from the biases of friends or family. A therapist can help you untangle the knot of emotions that betrayal creates: anger, sadness, self-doubt, and guide you toward clarity. They can also help you and your partner navigate the complexities of reconciliation if that is your goal. Couples therapy, in particular, can be invaluable. It creates a space for honest dialogue and provides tools to rebuild trust. But even if your partner is unwilling to participate, individual therapy can be just as transformative. It focuses on your healing, your growth, and your future. Practical steps include researching therapists who specialize in relationship issues or trauma and scheduling an initial session. Don't be afraid to try more than one therapist to find someone who resonates with you. Many therapists also offer virtual sessions, making it easier to prioritize this step. The journey of healing is rarely a solitary one. As Seneca wrote, "No one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." Seeking professional help is a way of inviting wisdom, guidance, and support into your life. It is a sign of strength, not surrender. 5. Practice self-care. When betrayal leaves you emotionally depleted, self-care becomes not just important, but essential. It is the anchor that keeps you steady in the storm. As Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Practicing self-care is an act of reclaiming that power. Self-care is not a luxury. It's a necessity for healing. It's about tending to your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Start with the basics. Prioritize sleep, eat nourishing foods, and move your body regularly. Physical health directly impacts emotional resilience. Activities like yoga, walking, or even deep breathing can calm the mind and reduce stress. Emotional self-care involves nurturing your inner world. Journaling can help you process your thoughts, while meditation can quiet the mental noise. Dedicate time to activities that bring you peace and joy, whether it's reading, painting, or spending time in nature. These moments remind you that life exists beyond the pain of betrayal. But self-care is also about boundaries, protecting your energy from people or situations that drain you. It's saying no when you need to and not feeling guilty about putting yourself first. Remember Seneca's wisdom: as is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Prioritize quality moments that restore you. Practical steps include creating a self-care routine, even if it's just 15 minutes a day. Start small. Drink a cup of tea mindfully. Write down 3 things you're grateful for, or take a short walk outside. These small acts of care remind you that you are worth the effort and that healing begins with nurturing yourself. 6. Avoid rushing decisions. In the aftermath of betrayal, the urge to make immediate decisions, whether to leave, forgive, or retaliate, can be overwhelming. But impulsive choices made in the heat of emotion often lead to regret. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Pausing allows your reaction to be thoughtful, not reactionary. Healing is a process, and clarity emerges with time. Decisions made too quickly may not align with your long-term needs and values. For example, leaving a relationship out of anger might deny you the chance to fully understand what happened, while forgiving too quickly might leave unresolved wounds festering beneath the surface. Instead, give yourself permission to pause. Reflect on what you truly want and need, separate from the immediate pain. Consider journaling or speaking with a trusted friend or therapist to explore your feelings. Ask yourself questions like, what would a wise future version of myself advise me to do? Marcus Aurelius advised, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. By waiting, you give yourself the power to assess the betrayal from a position of strength, not vulnerability. Practical steps include setting a specific timeline for decision-making, such as revisiting the situation in a month. In the meantime, focus on self-care and reflection. By resisting the urge to rush, you honor both your healing process and your capacity for thoughtful, intentional choices. 7. Focus on rebuilding trust. If you choose to stay in the relationship, rebuilding trust is both the most challenging and the most vital step. Trust is fragile. It takes years to build, but can be shattered in an instant. However, it is not irreparable. As Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Rebuilding trust requires creating a new foundation, not patching up the old one. Begin by defining what trust means to you. What actions or behaviors would help restore your confidence in your partner? Transparency is often key. This might mean regular check-ins, open communication about feelings, or a willingness to share details that rebuild accountability. But rebuilding trust is not just about your partner's actions, it's also about your willingness to allow it. Both partners must commit to the process. Your partner must demonstrate consistent effort and sincerity over time, while you must be open to the possibility of trusting again. It's a mutual journey, and it requires patience, empathy, and hard work from both sides. Practical steps include creating a trust-building plan together. This could involve agreeing on boundaries, discussing triggers, or even attending therapy together to navigate the process. Keep the focus on progress, not perfection. Small, consistent actions matter more than grand gestures. Remember, trust is not just about the other person. It's also about trusting yourself. Trust that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate this path, whether it leads to reconciliation or not. As Marcus Aurelius said, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. Embody the trust and integrity you seek and let your actions reflect your values. 8. Surround yourself with supportive people. Betrayal can feel isolating, as if the world has shrunk to the pain you're experiencing. But as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were born for cooperation. Leaning on others during this time is not a sign of weakness. It's a reminder that healing is often a communal process. Surround yourself with people who truly support you, friends, family, or even support groups. These individuals can provide perspective, encouragement, and, most importantly, the reassurance that you are not alone. Their insights can help you see things more clearly, especially when your emotions cloud your judgment. Avoid those who fan the flames of anger or bitterness. Instead, seek those who foster calm and wisdom. Sharing your experience can be therapeutic, but be selective about whom you confide in. Choose people who will listen without judgment and respect your boundaries. Sometimes, even professional support groups or online communities can offer a safe space to share your journey and gain strength from others' experiences. Practical steps include reaching out to trusted individuals and setting up time to talk, even if it's a short phone call or coffee meeting. If you feel isolated, consider joining a local or virtual support group focused on relationship healing. Seneca wrote, "Friendship always benefits. Love sometimes injures. During this period, lean on friendships and relationships that nurture you, not those that drain you. By surrounding yourself with support, you'll find strength in the collective wisdom and empathy of others. Healing may be your journey, but it doesn't have to be walked alone." 9. Reframe the experience as growth. Betrayal, while painful, can be a catalyst for profound personal growth. As Epictetus said, difficulties show a person's character. The question is not why betrayal happened to you, but how you will use it to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Instead of seeing this experience solely as a loss, view it as an opportunity for self-discovery. What have you learned about your boundaries, values, and needs? Perhaps you've gained clarity about the kind of relationship you truly deserve. Maybe you've discovered untapped inner strength in enduring this trial. These lessons, though hard-earned, can transform you. Reframing does not mean minimizing your pain. Instead, it's about finding meaning within it. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The betrayal may have been an obstacle, but it also serves as a teacher, guiding you toward greater self-awareness and personal growth. Practical steps include journaling about what this experience has taught you, or meditating on how it has shaped your perspective. Create a list of ways you've grown since the betrayal, whether it's increased emotional resilience, clearer boundaries, or deeper self-respect. By reframing the betrayal as growth, you reclaim power over your narrative. You are no longer defined by what happened to you, but by how you responded to it. This mindset shifts you from victim to victor, transforming pain into purpose and adversity into strength. 10. Know when to let go. There comes a time when clinging to the past does more harm than letting go. As Seneca wisely said, to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. If the relationship has become toxic, unrepairable, or harmful to your well-being, releasing it is an act of self-respect, not failure. Letting go doesn't mean erasing the memories or pretending the betrayal never happened. It means accepting the reality of the situation and prioritizing your peace over the attachment to what once was. Holding on to resentment or false hope only prolongs your pain. By letting go, you create space for healing, growth, and eventually something better. This step is often the hardest because it involves confronting fear. Fear of being alone, fear of the unknown, or fear of starting over. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us, it is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Letting go is not an end, but a beginning, a chance to live in alignment with your values and truth. Practical steps include creating a ritual to symbolize release, such as writing a letter to your partner, whether you send it or not, or meditating on forgiveness. Surround yourself with supportive people and focus on building a future that reflects your worth and aspirations. Letting go is not giving up, it's choosing yourself. It's an act of courage, wisdom, and love for yourself and the life you deserve. By walking away from what no longer serves you, you make room for the healing and happiness that await. Solutions and long-term strategies. As you move through the process of overcoming betrayal, the immediate steps are only part of the journey. Long-term healing and personal growth require ongoing effort, self-awareness, and intentional choices. Let's explore 3 powerful strategies to help you create a strong foundation for your future. 1. Forgiveness as a personal choice. Forgiveness is one of the most misunderstood aspects of healing. It is often perceived as absolving the betrayer or reconciling the relationship. But true forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Seneca reminds us, "He who has injured you was either stronger or weaker. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare yourself." Forgiveness frees you from the chains of anger and resentment that keep you tethered to the past. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning the betrayal. It means releasing the emotional grip it has on you, allowing you to move forward unburdened. This is a deeply personal process that happens on your timeline. You may choose to forgive for your peace, even if you never reconcile with the betrayer. Practical steps include practicing forgiveness, meditation, or writing a letter to the person who hurt you, whether you send it or not. Remind yourself that forgiveness is about reclaiming your power and protecting your peace, not about their actions or validation. 2. Building emotional resilience. Betrayal can leave you feeling vulnerable and questioning your ability to trust again. To protect yourself in future relationships, building emotional resilience is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." This mindset helps you regain confidence in your ability to navigate challenges and setbacks. Emotional resilience comes from cultivating self-awareness, setting boundaries, and maintaining a healthy perspective. It involves learning from the past without allowing it to define you. Practice mindfulness to stay present, focus on what you can control, and remind yourself that your worth is not determined by how others treat you. Practical steps include engaging in daily mindfulness exercises, setting small personal goals to rebuild confidence, and seeking out new experiences that expand your comfort zone. Resilience grows through action and reflection, reinforcing your strength over time. 3. Creating a new chapter. Every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. As Epictetus wisely advised, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Whether you choose to stay in the relationship or move on, now is the time to craft a new chapter for yourself. One rooted in your values, wisdom, and aspirations. If you reconcile, work with your partner to rebuild the relationship with honesty and mutual respect. If you choose to move on, focus on rediscovering your identity, setting new goals, and creating a vision for your future. This is your opportunity to reimagine your life, free from the constraints of the past. Practical steps include defining your personal goals, whether in relationships, career, or self-development, and taking small steps toward them. Surround yourself with inspiring people and engage in activities that bring joy and fulfillment. Remember, the end of one chapter is not the end of your story. Overcoming betrayal is one of the hardest journeys you'll ever face, but it's also one of the most transformative. As you navigate the pain, remember that every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory. You have the power to turn this experience into a story of resilience, growth, and strength. As Marcus Aurelius said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength is already within you. Use it to heal, rebuild, and create the life you deserve. One rooted in wisdom, trust, and self-respect. Remember, you are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you rise from it. Embrace your journey, honor your strength, and know that brighter days lie ahead. Trust yourself. You have everything within you to heal, rebuild, and create a future filled with wisdom and peace. If this video resonated with you and you'd like to see more content that empowers you to live with wisdom and purpose, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. By doing so, you'll join a community dedicated to personal growth and resilience. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new upload. Your journey doesn't have to be walked alone, and together we can turn pain into power. Thank you for watching, and remember, brighter days are ahead. You've got this.
Ever wondered if you're overlooking crucial signs in your relationship that suggest it's time to walk away? Relationships are complex, and sometimes it's hard to see the red flags when you're emotionally invested. Imagine if you had a guide to help you recognize these signs and make informed decisions for your well-being. In this video, we delve into the wisdom of Stoicism to uncover 15 critical insights that can help you determine when it's wise to end a relationship. These timeless principles will empower you to prioritize your self-respect and emotional health, ensuring you only invest in relationships that truly enrich a life. Let's explore these insights together, starting with a common but often overlooked red flag: controlling behavior. Number 1, controlling behavior. If your partner demands you give up your hobbies or friends, it's a red flag for controlling behavior. In a healthy relationship, both partners should feel free to pursue their interests and maintain their social connections. Imagine you're passionate about playing basketball with your friends every Saturday. It's your time to unwind, stay fit, and socialize. However, your partner constantly complains about this hobby, insisting that you should spend Saturdays with them instead. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd spend more time with me on weekends," or "Your friends are a bad influence on you." This kind of behavior is not just about them wanting to spend more time together. It's about control. Over time, you might find yourself isolated, having given up not only basketball, but also other hobbies and friendships that were important to you. Your world shrinks to revolve solely around them, and this can lead to resentment and a loss of personal identity. For example, consider John's story. John loved playing the guitar and often jammed with his band. His girlfriend, however, didn't like the time he spent away from her and demanded he quit the band. Reluctantly, John agreed, but he soon found himself feeling trapped and unhappy. The relationship eventually ended because John realized he had sacrificed too much of himself to appease his partner. A controlling partner's demands can erode your sense of self and well-being. It's crucial to recognize these signs early and address them, or if necessary, walk away to preserve your independence and happiness. Number 2, infidelity. Unfaithfulness is a deal breaker, and downplaying it as a one-time mistake is unacceptable. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. When your partner cheats, it shatters this foundation. For instance, imagine discovering that your partner has been texting and meeting up with someone else. They may brush it off, saying, "It was just a fling. It meant nothing." But infidelity, regardless of how it's framed, is a profound breach of trust and respect. Take Sarah's experience as an example. She found out that her boyfriend had cheated on her during a business trip. When confronted, he dismissed it as a one-time mistake and begged for forgiveness. Despite his apologies, Sarah couldn't shake off the betrayal. Every time he went on another trip, she was consumed by doubt and insecurity. This constant state of anxiety eroded her self-esteem and well-being. Infidelity doesn't just hurt in the moment. Its effects linger, creating a toxic environment filled with suspicion and pain. It's crucial to acknowledge that staying in a relationship after such a betrayal often leads to prolonged emotional suffering. Walking away from an unfaithful partner is essential to preserving your dignity and mental health. Number 3, lack of effort. A partner who makes little to no effort to contribute to the relationship or support you emotionally is not committed. A healthy relationship thrives on mutual effort. Both partners should actively participate in making each other feel valued and supported. Imagine you're always the one planning dates, initiating conversations, and showing interest in your partner's life while they barely reciprocate. This imbalance indicates a lack of genuine commitment. Consider David and Lisa's relationship. David noticed that he was always the one cooking meals, organizing outings, and checking in on Lisa's well-being. Lisa, however, rarely did the same for him. When David brought it up, Lisa dismissed his concerns, saying she was just not good at those things. Over time, David felt unappreciated and exhausted from carrying the weight of the relationship alone. A partner who doesn't put in the effort shows a lack of respect and appreciation for you. Relationships require work from both sides, and if your partner isn't willing to meet you halfway, it's a clear sign that they're not fully invested. It's wise to reconsider your involvement in such a one-sided dynamic. Chai A partner who never takes responsibility and always blames you for issues lacks maturity and the ability to sustain a healthy relationship. Accountability is vital in any relationship. When problems arise, both partners should be willing to acknowledge their part and work towards a solution. If your partner consistently shifts the blame onto you, it shows a lack of maturity and an inability to self-reflect. Imagine you and your partner have a disagreement about finances. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, your partner immediately accuses you of poor money management, despite you both having made financial decisions together. This pattern of blame shifting can create a toxic environment where you feel constantly at fault and undervalued. Take Anna and Mark's story. Whenever an argument arose, Mark would twist the situation to make it seem like Anna's fault, even when it clearly wasn't. Over time, Anna began to doubt herself and her decisions, feeling increasingly powerless in the relationship. A partner who can't own up to their mistakes isn't ready for a mature, healthy relationship. Mutual responsibility is key to resolving conflicts and growing together. If blame shifting is a recurring issue, it may be time to step away and seek a relationship built on mutual respect and accountability. Number 5, frequent lies. Dishonesty, even about minor issues, can indicate deeper trust issues and a lack of integrity. Honesty is the bedrock of trust. When your partner lies, it erodes the trust that binds you. Even small, seemingly insignificant lies can accumulate, leading to a web of deceit that damages the relationship. Consider Emily and Jack's relationship. Jack often lied about small things like where he was or who he was with. Emily initially dismissed these lies as harmless, but over time she began to feel increasingly suspicious and anxious. Each lie, no matter how small, chipped away at her trust in Jack. Honesty is crucial for a healthy relationship. When lies become a regular occurrence, it signals a deeper issue of integrity and respect. A partner who values you will be honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If dishonesty is a persistent problem, it's essential to reassess the relationship and consider moving on for your peace of mind. Number 6, dismissing feelings. A partner who dismisses your feelings and calls you overly sensitive is not respecting your emotions. Your emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged and respected. If your partner dismisses your feelings, it shows a lack of empathy and understanding. Imagine sharing your disappointment about a cancelled date, and your partner responds with, "You're being too sensitive." It's not a big deal. Take Mia's experience. Whenever she expressed her feelings about something that upset her, her boyfriend would dismiss her as overly emotional. He would often say, "You need to toughen up," instead of addressing her concerns. This dismissal made Mia feel unheard and invalidated. A partner who belittles your emotions is not valuing your perspective. It's important to be with someone who listens and empathizes with your feelings. Dismissing emotions can lead to a buildup of resentment and hurt. If your partner consistently invalidates your feelings, it's a sign to consider leaving the relationship for your emotional well-being. Number 7, talking about exes. Frequent mentions of past relationships suggest that your partner might still be hung up on their ex, making you a rebound. Constantly hearing about your partner's ex can be unsettling and indicates unresolved feelings. Imagine cooking dinner together and your partner frequently brings up how their ex used to do things differently. This comparison can make you feel inadequate and undervalued. Consider Tom's situation. His girlfriend often reminisced about her ex, even during intimate moments. She would say things like, "My ex used to take me to this restaurant," making Tom feel like he was constantly being compared. This behavior made Tom question his place in her heart. Talking about exes can signify that your partner hasn't fully moved on. A healthy relationship focuses on the present and future, not the past. If your partner frequently brings up their ex, it might be a sign that they're not ready for a new relationship. It's important to address this issue and, if necessary, walk away to protect your emotional health. Number 8, self-centeredness. If your partner is only interested in themselves and not in your achievements or goals, it's a sign they may not truly care about you. A balanced relationship involves mutual interest and support. If your partner is consistently self-centered, it can feel like your needs and aspirations are ignored. For example, imagine sharing exciting news about a promotion at work, but your partner quickly changes the topic to their own day without acknowledging your achievement. Consider Julia's experience. Whenever she tried to discuss her goals and dreams, her boyfriend would divert the conversation to his interests. He rarely asked about her day or supported her ambitions. Julia felt increasingly neglected and unimportant in the relationship. A self-centered partner fails to provide the emotional support necessary for a healthy relationship. It's essential to be with someone who celebrates your successes and stands by you during challenges. If your partner is only focused on themselves, it's a red flag that they may not truly value the relationship. Number 9, false accusations. Baseless accusations of cheating erode trust and indicate deeper issues in the relationship. Trust is fundamental in any relationship. When your partner accuses you of infidelity without evidence, it shows insecurity and a lack of trust. Imagine being constantly questioned about your whereabouts or who you're talking to, despite having done nothing wrong. Take Rachel's story. Her boyfriend frequently accused her of cheating whenever she spent time with friends or stayed late at work. These accusations were unfounded and stemmed from his own insecurities. The constant need to defend herself made Rachel feel suffocated and mistrusted. False accusations create a toxic environment where you're perpetually on the defensive. Trust should be built on mutual respect and confidence in each other. If your partner's baseless accusations persist, it's a sign of deeper issues that need to be addressed. Sometimes the healthiest choice is to walk away from such a draining situation. Number 10, always busy. If your partner is constantly too busy for you, it indicates a lack of genuine interest in the relationship. Time and attention are crucial for maintaining a strong relationship. If your partner frequently uses their busy schedule as an excuse to avoid spending time with you, it signals a lack of priority. Imagine messaging your partner about meeting up only to receive responses like, "I'm swamped at work," or "maybe next week." Consider Alex's experience. His girlfriend always claimed she was too busy with work and personal commitments to see him. While Alex made time for her, despite his own hectic schedule, she rarely reciprocated. This consistent brush-off made Alex feel unimportant and undervalued. A partner who truly cares will make time for you, no matter how busy they are. It's about finding balance and showing that the relationship matters. If your partner is perpetually unavailable, it's a red flag that their interest might not be as strong as yours. It's important to recognize this and consider whether the relationship is meeting your needs. Number 11, pointing out flaws. Constant criticism from your partner indicates they are not supportive and may hinder your personal growth. Constructive feedback is essential, but constant criticism can be damaging. Imagine your partner frequently pointing out your mistakes and flaws, making you feel inadequate. Instead of focusing on your strengths and encouraging your growth, they highlight your shortcomings, eroding your self-esteem. Consider Leo's experience. His girlfriend often criticized his appearance, career choices, and even his hobbies. Comments like, "You should dress better," or "Why are you still stuck in that dead-end job?" became common. Over time, Leo began to doubt his worth and felt discouraged from pursuing his passions. In a healthy relationship, partners should uplift and support each other. Constantly pointing out flaws shows a lack of respect and appreciation. It's important to feel valued and confident with your partner, not belittled. If you find yourself in a relationship where criticism is frequent and harsh, it may be time to evaluate its impact on your well-being and consider moving on. Number 12, lack of respect. If your partner often disrespects you in public or private, it's a clear sign that they do not value you or the relationship. Respect is fundamental in any relationship. Disrespect can manifest in various ways, such as mocking your opinions, belittling your accomplishments, or ignoring your boundaries. Imagine sharing your thoughts during a discussion only for your partner to roll their eyes and dismiss your perspective. Take Karen's story. Her boyfriend frequently made fun of her in front of their friends, joking about her intelligence and capabilities. Although he claimed it was all in good fun, Karen felt humiliated and devalued. This behavior extended to their private conversations, where he would undermine her decisions and opinions. A partner who respects you will treat you with kindness and consideration, both publicly and privately. Disrespect erodes the foundation of a relationship and can lead to long-term emotional harm. If your partner consistently disrespects you, it's crucial to address the issue and, if necessary, leave the relationship to protect your self-worth. Number 13, inconsistent behavior. If your partner's actions and words frequently contradict each other, it creates confusion and mistrust, signaling an unstable relationship. Consistency in actions and words is key to building trust. Imagine your partner promising to spend more time with you, but repeatedly canceling plans at the last minute without a valid reason. This inconsistency can make you feel unsure about their true intentions and commitment. Consider Nathan's situation. His girlfriend often made grand promises about their future, together, but rarely followed through on any of them. She would talk about moving in together or planning trips, but when the time came, she always had excuses. This left Nathan feeling confused and uncertain about the stability of their relationship. Inconsistent behavior can create a sense of instability and mistrust. A reliable partner aligns their actions with their words, providing a stable foundation for the relationship. If you find yourself constantly questioning your partner's intentions due to their inconsistency, it may be a sign that the relationship is not built on solid ground. Number 14, emotional dependency. If your partner relies on you for all their emotional support, it's a sign they need professional help and the relationship is unhealthy. While supporting each other emotionally is important, relying solely on one partner for all emotional needs can be overwhelming. Imagine your partner turning to you for every emotional crisis, expecting you to fix all their problems without seeking help elsewhere. Consider Emma's experience. Her boyfriend constantly depended on her for emotional support, from handling stress at work to dealing with personal insecurities. Emma found herself drained and unable to focus on her own needs. Despite suggesting he seek therapy, he refused, placing all his emotional burdens on her. A balanced relationship involves mutual support while maintaining individual emotional resilience. If your partner's emotional dependency becomes overwhelming, it indicates they may need professional help. It's essential to recognize the limits of what you can provide and ensure your own emotional health is not compromised. Number 15, constant negativity. If your partner is consistently negative or pessimistic, it can drain your energy and affect your well-being. Positivity and optimism are crucial for a healthy relationship. Imagine your partner always focusing on the negatives, complaining about their job, criticizing others, and rarely expressing gratitude or joy. This constant negativity can be exhausting and impact your own outlook on life. Consider Josh's story. His girlfriend was perpetually negative, always finding something to complain about. Whether it was about her day, their plans, or the people around them, her pessimism overshadowed any positive moments they shared. Over time, Josh found himself feeling more anxious and less enthusiastic about their future together. Being with a partner who constantly brings a negative attitude can be draining. It's important to surround yourself with positivity and support. If your partner's negativity is affecting your mental and emotional well-being, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and consider moving on to preserve your happiness. In conclusion, maintaining self-respect and seeking a supportive partner is crucial for a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Recognizing these red flags early on can save you from prolonged emotional distress and help you make informed decisions about your relationship. Remember, a relationship should enhance your life, not drain it. If these red flags appear, it's wise to consider walking away to protect your well-being and happiness.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this: you've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, "Here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted." This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long-term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control. your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career. 10 subtle ways your friends are using you and how to deal with this problem. Friendships are one of life's greatest gifts. They provide us with joy, support, and the companionship we crave in a chaotic world. At their core, true friendships are built on mutual trust and respect, a balance of giving and receiving that enriches both lives. But not all friendships are as balanced as they appear. Some relationships can take a subtle, toxic turn, where one party exploits the other's goodwill. What makes these situations so difficult to detect is their quiet nature. Manipulation often wears a mask of normalcy. This isn't to suggest that every friend who asks for a favor is using you, or that the occasional misstep is malicious. We're all imperfect, and friendships naturally ebb and flow. However, when the imbalance becomes a pattern, when you feel more drained than uplifted, it's time to pause and reflect. Are you being valued, or are you merely being used? The purpose of this guide is not to sow distrust, but to help you recognize subtle red flags in friendships. It's about fostering awareness so you can make wise decisions about the relationships you nurture. While it's important to be kind and forgiving, it's equally vital to protect your energy and respect yourself. Approach these signs with a level head and a fair heart. Stoicism teaches us to judge actions, not intentions, and to remain calm in the face of discomfort. Use this wisdom to assess your friendships objectively. If you find evidence of imbalance, you owe it to yourself to take action, not in anger or haste, but with quiet dignity and firm resolve. After all, a wise person knows the value of their time and spirit and will not waste it on relationships that lack reciprocity. 1. Only contacting you when they need something. A true friendship thrives on mutual interest and shared experiences, but if a friend only appears when they need something, a favor, advice, or money, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. These interactions might initially seem harmless, even natural, but when they become the foundation of your connection, it's a sign of imbalance. Imagine a friend who calls you only to vent about their problems or ask for your help moving apartments. While you're happy to support them, you notice a pattern. Once their need is met, they disappear until the next crisis. Over time, this one-sided dynamic begins to weigh on you, leaving you feeling like a resource rather than a valued individual. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. You cannot control another's intentions, but you can control how you respond. Reflect on the friendship with honesty. Does this person engage with you for who you are, or merely for what you provide? If the latter, it's essential to recognize the pattern and decide how much energy you're willing to invest. A wise person values their time and energy, offering it to those who reciprocate. It doesn't mean cutting people off at the first sign of selfishness, but setting boundaries. Start by being less available for their requests and observe their reaction. Genuine friends will adjust, showing interest in your life. Those who are using you will likely fade away. Both outcomes bring clarity, allowing you to invest your energy where it is truly appreciated. 2. Never being available. When you need help or support. Friendship is a two-way street. While it's natural for one person to need more support at times, the overall balance should reflect mutual care. A friend who is consistently unavailable when you need help, yet expects you to be their rock, is demonstrating a concerning lack of reciprocity. Picture this scenario. You've been there for a friend through their tough breakup, offering a listening ear and advice late into the night. Months later, when you're struggling at work and reach out, they're too busy or dismissive of your struggles. Over time, these repeated absences erode trust and make you feel unvalued. In Stoic philosophy, relationships should foster harmony and growth. If someone constantly takes without giving back, they disrupt this balance. This doesn't mean expecting tit-for-tat gestures, but recognizing that a true friend will show up when it matters, even if it's inconvenient for them. Address the issue with quiet courage. Instead of making accusations, share how you feel. For example, I've noticed I'm often there for you, but when I need help, it feels like you're unavailable. Can we talk about this? Their response will reveal the depth of their care for you. If the imbalance persists, take solace in the wisdom that not all friendships are meant to last. Invest your energy in those who genuinely support you, remembering that you deserve relationships that uplift, not drain, your spirit. 3. Frequently cancelling plans, unless it's convenient for them. We all lead busy lives, and plans occasionally fall through. However, if a friend consistently cancels on you, unless it suits their convenience, it signals a lack of respect for your time and the relationship. Consider this. You've planned a coffee date, rearranged your schedule, and looked forward to catching up. Hours before meeting, they cancel, citing vague reasons or suggesting rescheduling at a time more convenient for them. This becomes a pattern, with them dictating the terms of your interactions. Over time, it feels as though your time and effort are inconsequential to them. A Stoic approach to such behavior involves recognizing what this says about their values. Actions, not words, reveal true character. If a friend repeatedly prioritizes their convenience over your shared commitments, they may not value the friendship as you do. Address the issue with calm firmness. Mention the pattern and how it affects you. I've noticed plans are often cancelled, and it feels like my time isn't valued. Can we find a way to make our meetups work for both of us? A genuine friend will acknowledge this and work to improve. Should they continue to prioritize convenience over commitment, take it as a sign to focus your time on relationships that respect and value you. Life is too short to waste on those who fail to recognize the importance of shared time and connection. 4. Manipulating you into feeling guilty to meet their demands. A true friend respects your choices and boundaries. However, someone who uses guilt to manipulate you into meeting their demands is exploiting your kindness. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of control that preys on your sense of obligation. Imagine this scenario. You've declined a favor because you're stretched too thin, but your friend responds with statements like, "I thought you were the one person I could count on," or, "If you really cared, you'd help me." These words aren't a genuine appeal. They're a tool to coerce you into compliance while disregarding your feelings or capacity. Stoic wisdom teaches us to separate what is in our control from what isn't. You cannot control someone else's attempt to manipulate, but you can control how you respond. Recognize that guilt tripping reflects their insecurity or self-centeredness. It is not a reflection of your worth or loyalty. When confronted with guilt-driven demands, pause and reflect. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you feel coerced? Politely but firmly assert your boundaries. "I care about you, but I can't help this time. I hope you understand." A genuine friend will respect your limits. A manipulator may persist or react negatively, revealing their true intentions. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Stoicism reminds us to act in alignment with reason and integrity, not out of fear or guilt. By standing firm, you protect your sense of self and encourage healthier dynamics in all your relationships. 5. Borrowing money or items and never returning them. Lending a hand or a few dollars is a natural part of friendships. But when a friend repeatedly borrows money or items without returning them, it signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for your trust and resources. Picture this: a friend frequently forgets to pay you back after borrowing money or holds on to things you've lent them indefinitely despite reminders. Over time, this pattern erodes trust and leaves you feeling used. While occasional forgetfulness is human, repeated occurrences suggest carelessness or entitlement. A Stoic approach involves managing your expectations. Marcus Aurelius advised us to act virtuously without expecting the same in return. However, there is wisdom in protecting yourself from exploitation. Lending something with the expectation of never seeing it again can be freeing. It eliminates disappointment. That said, if the borrowing becomes a habit, it's crucial to address it. Communicate openly, yet calmly. I've noticed that when I lend you things, they don't always come back. Let's make sure this doesn't become a pattern. Observe their response. A genuine friend will apologize and make amends, while someone who is using you may become defensive or dismissive. In the future, consider limiting what you lend or setting clear terms. Protecting your resources doesn't make you selfish. It shows you value your own well-being. A wise person understands that trust, once broken, must be rebuilt with actions, not empty promises. 6. Taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. True friends celebrate your achievements and acknowledge your contributions. However, some people subtly steal the spotlight, taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. This behavior not only undermines your efforts, but also reveals their insecurity. Imagine working on a project together, pouring your heart into it, only for your friend to present it as their own during a meeting. Or perhaps you shared a creative idea in confidence, only to hear them recount it as their original thought in a group setting. While they may excuse it as harmless, it chips away at the trust in your relationship. Stoicism teaches us to remain indifferent to external validation and focus on internal integrity. While accolades are gratifying, they should never define your self-worth. Still, it's essential to address disrespect when it arises to preserve healthy dynamics. Call out the behavior tactfully. I noticed you mentioned the idea we discussed, but it wasn't clear it was something we worked on together. Watch their reaction. A true friend will acknowledge the oversight and correct it. Someone using you may downplay or justify their actions. Going forward, protect your ideas by setting boundaries. Share sensitive information selectively and clarify your expectations up front. Remember, recognition from others may fade, but the wisdom of acting with integrity remains. Value yourself enough to demand respect and seek friends who honor your efforts and contributions without envy or deceit. 7. Exploiting your skills or resources without reciprocation. A friendship should be a balance of giving and receiving, but some friends use your unique skills or resources for their own benefit without offering anything in return. While helping out occasionally is normal, constant exploitation indicates a lack of respect for your time and talents. Consider this: a friend frequently asks for free graphic design help, access to your network, or advice in your area of expertise. While they're quick to call when they need something, they rarely show interest in your life or offer to help in return. Over time, you begin to feel like a service provider rather than a valued friend. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the value of reciprocity in relationships. Epictetus reminds us to focus on what aligns with our values. If a friendship feels transactional, it may be time to reevaluate whether it reflects your principles. Helping others is virtuous, but not at the cost of being taken for granted. Set boundaries with clarity and grace. Politely decline unnecessary requests. I'd love to help, but I'm focusing on my own commitments right now. Observe how they respond. A true friend will understand and respect your time. Someone using you may push back or guilt-trip you. Seek relationships where your generosity is matched by genuine appreciation and reciprocity. Your skills and resources are valuable, and a wise person shares them with those who respect and honor their worth. 8. Using you as an emotional dumping ground. Sharing emotions is a cornerstone of deep friendships, but it becomes problematic when one friend offloads their struggles while disregarding the other's feelings. If a friend consistently uses you as an emotional dumping ground, they may be taking advantage of your empathy. Imagine a friend who calls you after every argument with their partner, venting for hours without pausing to ask how you're doing. When you try to share your struggles, they quickly steer the conversation back to themselves or dismiss your concerns. Over time, this one-sided emotional exchange leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. Stoicism encourages us to remain calm in the face of others' emotions, but it also reminds us to protect our own peace. You can't pour from an empty cup. If a friendship becomes an emotional burden, it's time to set limits. Gently bring up the imbalance. I value our talks, but I've noticed we mostly focus on your challenges. I'd love for us to support each other more evenly. A genuine friend will appreciate this and adjust their behavior. If not, consider how much energy you want to invest in the relationship. Prioritize your emotional well-being by seeking friendships where support flows both ways. A wise person knows that true connection involves listening as much as sharing and values relationships that nourish rather than deplete their spirit. 9. Being excessively competitive or jealous. Healthy friendships celebrate mutual success, but when a friend is overly competitive or subtly jealous, it undermines the relationship. This behavior often manifests as backhanded compliments, subtle one-upmanship, or minimizing your achievements. Picture this. You share exciting news about a promotion, only for your friend to respond with, "That's great, but my new role has way more perks." Or perhaps they point out minor flaws in your accomplishments like, "Congrats on your marathon. I bet you'd do even better if you train like I do." These comments leave you feeling deflated instead of celebrated. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own progress and not compare ourselves to others. However, it also emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us. A competitive or jealous friend often projects their insecurities, creating an environment that stifles rather than supports. Address the behavior calmly. I've noticed that when I share my successes, the conversation shifts to comparisons. I value your input, but I'd also love to feel celebrated. A true friend will acknowledge this and make an effort to change. Seek friends who share your joys and motivate you to grow. True strength lies in fostering relationships that encourage collaboration and mutual respect, not competition. 10. Showing a lack of interest in your life. Friendship is a shared journey, but when a friend shows little interest in your life unless it benefits them, it reflects a lack of genuine care. This behavior often manifests as shallow conversations, forgetfulness about important details, or steering discussions toward their needs. Imagine sharing exciting news about a personal milestone only for your friend to reply with a distracted, "That's nice," before launching into their own stories. Or worse, they only seem engaged when they need something from you. Over time, this disregard for your experiences can make the relationship feel hollow. A Stoic perspective encourages self-respect and the pursuit of meaningful connections. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on what enriches our lives and letting go of what doesn't. If a friend consistently shows disinterest, ask yourself whether their presence aligns with your values. Raise the issue tactfully. I've noticed that we don't talk much about what's happening in my life. I'd love for us to connect more deeply. Their response will reveal their true investment in the friendship. Invest your energy in relationships where mutual interest and care are evident. Surround yourself with friends who not only hear you but truly listen, for such connections are the foundation of a fulfilling life. A wise person values relationships that honor both parties, fostering growth and connection in equal measure. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Recognizing subtle signs of being used is the first step, but addressing these behaviors requires courage, clarity, and self-respect. Friendships are meant to nurture and uplift, not drain your energy or diminish your worth. Here are constructive ways to handle these situations while preserving your peace and dignity. 1. Recognize patterns and reflect on the relationship's balance. Begin by observing the dynamics of the relationship. Is it consistently one-sided, with you giving more than you receive? Are you left feeling unappreciated or invisible? Reflection, a key Stoic practice, helps you detach from emotions and assess the situation rationally. Journaling your experiences can bring clarity and highlight recurring patterns that might have gone unnoticed. 2. Set clear boundaries and communicate openly. Boundaries are essential for healthy relationships. Politely but firmly communicate your feelings and needs. For example, if a friend frequently cancels plans, say, "I value our time together and would appreciate more commitment to our meetups." Setting boundaries doesn't make you unkind, it shows you respect yourself. 3. Test the friendship. If you're unsure of their intentions, test the relationship by asking for support. A genuine friend will rise to the occasion, while someone using you may find excuses or deflect. For instance, ask for help with a task you typically handle for them and observe their reaction. This small test often reveals the true depth of their care. 4. Practice self-care and redirect your energy. Focusing on yourself is not selfish, it's essential. Engage in hobbies, pursue personal goals, and build connections with those who truly value you. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive people will naturally help you distance yourself from toxic dynamics. Remember, a wise person prioritizes their well-being and avoids relationships that drain their spirit. 5. Seek support if needed. If these situations weigh heavily on you, seek counsel from trusted friends or a professional. Sometimes, an objective perspective can provide insight and strength. Discussing your feelings openly can help you make decisions with clarity and confidence. By addressing these issues with calm resolve and self-respect, you honor your own worth. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity and align our actions with our values. You have the power to choose relationships that reflect mutual respect and care, creating space for those who truly deserve a place in your life. Friendships are among the most enriching parts of life, but only when they are built on respect, trust, and reciprocity. Recognizing the subtle ways someone might be using you is not about fostering suspicion, but about ensuring your relationships are healthy and balanced. As you navigate these dynamics, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your choices. Let go of relationships that undermine your peace and invest in those that uplift and inspire you. By valuing yourself, you naturally attract connections that reflect that value. Ultimately, the strength of a friendship lies not in its longevity, but in its quality. Prioritize relationships that honor mutual growth, kindness, and respect. True friends will celebrate your successes, support you in struggles, and cherish you for who you are. not for what you can provide. A wise life is one surrounded by meaningful connections, and you deserve nothing less. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and insights. Your support helps us create content that inspires and empowers. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you experienced any of these subtle signs in your friendships? Share your takeaways or personal stories in the comments below. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other build stronger, healthier connections.